Hello. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Way. Hope you are doing good. Oh my god. I feel so eepy. I feel like that's me almost every day. Every time I wake up and then every time I start well, I would say every time I wake up and then I would still feel eepy for whatever reason. But it is what it is, though. It's okay. We're gonna do something that's. I'm sorry. We're gonna do something that's a little bit more intense. So yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna be doing finally some far far west, right? We're gonna do some far far west. I mean, to be honest, I bought the game about like shit. When I bought the game, I bought the game. Oh, it didn't say. No, it did say. Give me a second. At the Far Far West library, May 3rd. So 4 days ago, I bought the game and then I never played it. Never played it until today that I'm going to start playing it. Wow. All right, so that's one thing. Another thing would be I don't know why the closed caption doesn't work anymore. So another thing would be I changed my browser, right? And I already changed my browser to. I remember changing it from Google to Waterfox before. Morning, Peter. Oh my god, Draken. Morning. Welcome. I changed to Waterfox before, but then Waterfox is too resource intensive, right? So eventually I switched back to Google Chrome. And then now that Google Chrome dropped a huge bomb, it's like, oh fuck. Well, it's not bomb per se, but might as well be, right? So Google Chrome, I read somewhere. Well, I watched a video this morning. Some ordinary gamers, right, broke down the situation. Something about Google Chrome dropping a fucking 4 GB folder, well, bin file into your PC, AI slop, without consent, just there all of a sudden. And I checked. I at first I didn't believe it, right? I didn't believe it. And then I checked, I went to the folder, I went to the app data, went to local, and then checked the folder, Google, and then Chrome, and then inside there is actually this on device thing. And then I was like, what? That is diabolical. I mean, sure, 4 GB is may not be as much, right? But it's AI slop on your PC. So yeah, I don't think I want that. I honestly don't think I want that. So I uninstalled Google Chrome. I actually don't know if the thing is still there. Let me double check. I uninstalled Google Chrome and I'm a Brave user. Brave seems good. Chrome boop on device. Oh heck, it's still here. I mean, I guess I can just delete this folder, no? Because the Google folder is still here. How big is this? So 6 GB minus 4. Minus 4 would be 2 GB. I guess I could just delete this shit. I mean, opt guide on device model. Yeah, this thing. Fuck, I'm sure I delete it. Bam. Get out of here. It's so scary, honestly, thinking that Google can just fucking put AI slop onto your PC without consent. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. I already uninstalled Google Chrome, so fuck it. I'm using Brave now. Seems to be a lot more secure, safe and stuff, right? All that shebang, shebang. Honestly, I feel like Brave uses a lot less resources. And somehow it doesn't recognize my microphone. Well, I couldn't really use the stream closed captioner without it, so yikes. I'll figure that out after. For now, I don't know what to do. So no closed captioner for now, right? I just switched to I just switched to Brave browser, and there's a lot of things I need to like. I mean, I already imported everything, so it's pretty much just like getting used to the new browser. Nothing much, right? Google Stream. Oh my god, 155. Oh, thank you, Peter. Also, hi, Bad Gamer. Welcome. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Wait, so I don't know if my PC can handle. Don't know if my PC can handle Far West, but I guess I'll give it a try. It doesn't seem to be that intensive, I feel like. I don't know. And also currently Brave is just using 8% of my CPU, which is fucking amazing, honestly. Amazing. 4%. Yeah, it's just jumping between 4 to 8. So, hey, I think Brave browser, I mean, not sponsored by Brave, but still, it's pretty nice. Anyways, enough about that. I'm here. I want to. Can I actually just. Okay, let me Google search something real quick. Is it safe to delete? Chrome user data. Local bookmarks, history, password extensions, settings. If you use Chrome sync, it will restore upon login again, otherwise the data is permanently lost. Browser things, theme, extension settings will return to default. Data loss. Oh, but if I'm using Brave, am I still using that Chrome folder? Does Brave browser uses Chrome user data? Brave browser does not use, send, or share your browsing data with Google. That sounds... Our company does not collect or retain the user's browsing history. Oh, I mean, Brave sounds nice, honestly. I've been doing some research on like Brave. I have a small question. I don't like Brave mostly because it's Chromium. Yeah, it is. But at least Brave doesn't install AI slop onto my PC like Google Chrome does. So I immediately uninstalled Google Chrome. Sure, it's Chromium, but I don't see like... Is Chromium Google? I prefer Firefox still, or feel. And that's fair. I was using Firefox, but it's just... I don't know why it's so intensive. And also Waterfox. Okay, let me check this thing. Here... Oh, Brave has their own browser data, so I can... user data, so I can probably just... Yeah, I can probably just delete that shit. So, here... Crash report. Empty folder. Huh. Okay, there we go. Cannot believe they actually saved some space. It's the base of Google Chrome. Any big changes to Google Chrome will trickle down to all the Chromium browsers eventually. I guess, but so far Brave has received a lot of like good comments, and it is not associated with, as far as I know, associated with Google Chrome like directly. I'm sure it's like it uses the Chromium, but I feel okay using Brave, honestly, or at least for my current feel, right? It sure feels they really focus on the privacy side of things, right? Yeah, they have like their own sort of like shield for everything. Mm-hmm. Well, I'll give it I'll give it like a few days or weeks of try and see how Brave works. Currently, it just wins against Google Chrome in almost every aspect, right? Less resource intensive, more ad blocking, more privacy sided things, right? So far so good, I would say. But hey, you never know like what shit's gonna happen, but I'm just gonna give it a try first. For now though. More ad blocking is all ad blocking. I know. But it's better than no ad blocking. I still have the extension, so works for me. Okay, I need to close this. Where's my... Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, okay. Have a good lurk. Hope you're having an alright day so far. It's alright. Yeah, it's definitely alright. Oh yeah. Well, maybe it's actually better, I would say, because I went to a nearby bakery. Yeah, bakery. And then I bought a few blueberry cheese tart. They are kind of expensive, but I bought a few. one blueberry cheese tart for four ringgit 50 cents. I'm a greedy ball. I bought four. I'm so greedy. I bought four. Anyways, yeah. I mean, a blueberry cheese tart. Yay! All right, let me close this. Go here. Boom. Hopefully my PC can handle this game. It looks very bombastic. I mean, my PC can handle Helldivers 2. Nothing my PC cannot handle, I'm pretty sure. Right? Even Wilds that I can play, so... My 1070 is still going strong. Need to capture the game. I don't know how loud it's gonna be, actually. You playing this with anyone on solo? Currently solo. I don't know, like, how this game works. This is the first time me booting up the game, and this that, that this doesn't look good. Oh, oh, oh. I don't like when the game only gives black skirt. My cursor is gone. Oh, okay. Game is compiling shaders. Expect some lag / freezes for a few minutes. Fair enough. What's to come, Ayo? Our plans for early access. No hard deadline, but the goals are kept broad. Development can change as we adapt to community feedback. Content: new Joker army, quest secrets for every map, new weapons, melee, new Joker, spell, exploration events and gameplay, main objectives. Skin for players and mounts. Mounts? Weapon skins? Replayability system for late game progress, community goals and companies. High risk reward, high risk high reward system. Oh, high risk high reward, huh? Mission modifiers, punishing extractions, and weekly challenges. Hey. Okay, now let me play, please. Please note this is an early access game. Bugs and weird shenanigans may happen. Acknowledged. Hi, Sancho. Oh, hey, it's a good couple. Oh no, am I good though? Welcome. Can I have borderless maybe? I'll enter if you're stuck. Ooh. Maximum quality 110, good balance 100, max performance set to 50, anti-aliasing set to TSR. That's really heckin' nice. Let's do 20. Okay, maybe not 20. I'm not playing Tekken 8. Also, hope you're doing good, Sancho. VSync, keep it off for speed, on for... Turn it on if the picture looks broken, so they don't look torn. Turning it on can make the game look nicer, but maybe a little slower. Keep it for speed, huh? I'll turn it on. Let's do 60. Alright, I need to turn most of the things down, I guess. It is still compiling shaders though. Anti-aliasing TSR, right? Is that? TA is smooth and good for most PC. Render scale to 50 and anti-aliasing to TSR. Okay. AMD FSR. Ooh. Consists of rendering your actual image at a low resolution. They use AI to resize it properly to your screen resolution. Best quality set to off, best performance and ultra performance. Locked by AMD SR. Oh yeah. I think I can do like performance here. So yeah, render quality is not gonna be here anymore. I feel like most of the time AMD FSR just helps with my PC's performance. Oh, just set this to yes, it's a cool feature. Frame generation adds frames between your original frames, increasing your frame rate. No, actually. That's gonna use a lot of my... Turn it on for pretty lightning, off if you want more speed. Ragdoll amount? Any higher issues for fun, or you have a solid computer? Ah. High settings impacts CPU. Medium is a good balance between pretty and fast. High looks good and runs well. High is best if your PC has enough memory. Actually, everything on medium, how about? Defines the amount of detail like small grass. High is a great and comes with low CPU usage. I trust you. Density of particles, less particles, more PS, but less cool. I'm being sold by the tips and shit. Amount of grass patches, flowers, small rocks, and small details. I'll keep it as high for now because I have AMD FSR, so I believe in AMD FSR for now. Nice, maybe? Okay. I think the game could be slightly louder, I think. Push to talk. Why are we using my cable output? Do I want voice mod? Do you want my squeaky noise? Oh, you're my shit ass camera. Camera mic. Yeah, push to talk. Gamepad? Oh. Should play run and walk animations when holding a weapon. Oh. Language? What if I change to China's? Alright, I'm happy with the settings. Tutorial? Learn the basics of Far West in 10 minutes. Did you ever look at the village people? Ah, fuck, I forgot. I went to sleep immediately after after last night's stream. It was like close to 1 AM. It's like, yeah, my eyes were closing and I just went to sleep immediately. I haven't looked up the village people yet. Okay. Like how you play this game. Teach me. Is that me? Whoa. Well, fresh boots on the dirt. Another brave soul thinking they were special. Anyway, welcome to the far, far west. It is very sensitive, actually. Why is it still sensitive? Is it not camera? Okay, a little bit more and we should be good. Yeah, that feels good enough. They were a very gay music group with who nobody thought was gay. Yeah, I know about that part. Or you've told me about that part. Jump. No. Oh wait, is this what's the game again? Shape of Dreams? Utilities? Mount Horse. Near east? Yeah. What happened? Oh, that's dash? Oh, my dash is like a little jump as well. Okay. A bullet bub. Well, howdy. So, you wanna hunt bounties, eh? Name's Bullet Bob. I run this cam, and I love two things. Good aim and big booms. Without you, I just started playing. I don't know what I'm doing. Now grab that old quartz cylinder by the crates. We'll start with the basics. Okay. Gimme. Alright, now let's get the beauty loaded. Ammo just ahead, can't miss it. Oh, there's ammo count? No! What do you mean there's ammo count? Enemies ahead, shoot them? This reminds me of Warhammer Vermintide. Nice shotgun weapons right straight ahead. You can carry a main weapon in the sidearm. Sidearm uses special ammo. Oh, Gunfire Reborn? It kinda is. Oh, my PC's dying. Thunder and lightning are lesbians? Jamma Sam too? Thunder and lightning aren't so frightening? Ah. Younger, thank you. How was the game? How was your stream?
Hello.
Oh, hi Bree.
And welcome.
Julian B-Man, thank you. Deneb Raptor? Ooh, I love Raptor. ZB? Squeech TV? Hello. Welcome. My mouse wheel doesn't work properly. Again, oh my god. Welcome everyone. I'm Tira. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. I just started playing this game. I don't know how... don't know how this game is, but I heard a lot of good things about this game. Hope you are doing good. I think the game might be a little bit too loud, actually. I wanted 69, but I can't. Yeah, hi! Hope stream was good. Hope game was fun. And of course, if any of you need any post-stream care, right? Get some rest, get some food, get some drinks, stuff like that. Definitely do them. It's very important. Yeah? Strem was good. Beat Pajama Sam too, and it was a ton of fun. Heck yeah. I never heard of Pajama Sam, no. But I'm glad it was fun. Been loving the humongous entertainment games. Whoa, I never heard of them. Pajama Sam. Is it on Steam? Alright, I'm on Steam. You guys cannot see it, but I'm on Steam. Pajama Sam 2. Oh, this 1, 2, 3, 4? Wow. Oh, it's a point and click adventure from 1998? Oh my god. It's one of those old point and click kids games that a lot of people play in the 90s. I have never heard of this. Like my childhood was Maple Story. You know, being in Malaysia and then people just be like, "Oh, you played the Maple Story, yeah, wow." And then you play O2 Jam, you play you play SDO Audition C. Those kind of games. I mean, art style looks great, right? Oh, you guys probably cannot hear it too because I didn't capture like this for y'all. You probably like Spy Fox. Spy Fox is great. Is it Spy Fox? Is Spy Fox also on the Steam? Spy Fox. Spy Fox. Dry cereal, cheese chase, some assembly required in Operation Ozone. Why does Spy Fox look so smug? Why do they look so smug? He's pretty smug. This is 1998. Oh! Right, yeah, you guys cannot hear anything that's going on, right? Only I'm hearing it because I'm not capturing voices for this. Maybe I should actually. Let me do a device audio capture for this one. Let me pause this just in case I don't want it to be like too loud. Steam. Boom. Steam. There we go. We have Steam noises now. I think I'm gonna put this at minus 9.8 as well, decibels. Didn't play this one. I played Dry Cereal a ton. Let's look at Dry Cereal then. Spy Fakes. This one. There you go, you guys can hear things now. This one's gonna be the usual in Dry Series, more typical. Okay. 1997. Oh my god. I just came out not too long ago. This is also like a point and click style game, right? My god, Spy Fox is so smug. First puzzling case? Wow, 17 ringgit. So if I buy the all dry cereal cheese, hold the mustard? Some assembly required and operational zone. Weird, why are they like mixed? Hold the mustard and cheese chases on, but this one is overwhelmingly positive. And now buying all the humongous entertainment games because they were on sale. Oh wait, it is humongous entertainment. Do they make all these like? I assume they are, and I assume they only make those like point and click games. Could be a furry activator as well. I mean, you have a fox look this smug. This fatty bear looks crazy though. I mean, I guess Spy Fox is enough. A lot of people like Spy Fox for good reason. I mean, you can look at that face and be like, look at this little shit, right? It's a face. It's a face of look at this little shit. Yeah, Spy Fox looks pretty amazing. He's hot. Yeah, too bad he's not a dragon. Or I'm biased. Okay, I love dragons a lot. I'm more of a scary side of things. But still, I can agree. He looks pretty hot. If someone likes Fox, then yeah, all the power to them, right? For now, though, let me go back to far east or near east, and bam, there we go. I'm sure Steam is not gonna make a noise on its own, right? Okay, there we go. We're back. And thanks for raiding again. If you need any post-stream care, definitely go do them. They're very important. Sidearm ammo. Apply special effects to enemies. The sidearm? Oh. Ooh. Stinky. I'm gonna go get food and relax. Have a goose stream. Thank you. Thank you. Have good food and have good relaxation after. You can swap between weapons at any time. Mouse wheel access sidearm. My mouse wheel is not good. Can I get like a different key to... Can I change controls? Reach? Well, Reach get this game? It's Counter-Strike money. What do you want? Oh wait, jump, aim, reload. Weapon 1. Oh, weapon 1, weapon 2. Okay, that's good enough. This works. You can drain the balls to restore your health. Quite nice, ain't it? You already have full health? God damn it. Just a quick visit before I have to go for an appointment. Have fun. Okay. Good luck with appointment, Bright Talk. Thanks for stopping by. And the 70 stream streak as well. Thank you. Wait, dragon. Around here, nades don't do damage, they're tools. You got an ammo nade equipped, toss one and boom, more bullets for you. Utility grenade? G utility nade. Ooh. Wow, okay. Also, hi Roxas, I gotta say. Hey. Alright, you got a gun and you're itching to use it. Time for your first mission. If you want your reward, follow these steps. To take down the boss, you're gonna blow up its lair. Plenty of ways to get that done, but each mission only hands you one main objective. Drop on site and handle whatever's available at that moment. Once that's done, head to the lair and show the boss who's running the show. Once you're done with that, sprint to the train station and extract before more trouble arrives. Here's the rundown, real simple. Complete the main objective, kill the boss, extract with the train. Okay. Flip open your minimap to see the next step, Hunter. Looks easy enough, I guess. So no transition loading screens, just one big map. Yeah, dash jump feels way better. Nice, you need that TNT to pop the lair. Now let's head to the boss. Head to the boss spawner, okay. Alright, I too. I need to clean up my table at some point. Okay, there we go. I just wanted up some brightness for the screen. Can I shoot this? It's fine. Oh, hi. Otto, did you know cows can solve problems to get food? Like, real thinking. It's insane. I can't even spell my name backwards. Shit, that's unfortunate. Johnny with double N? Can't you see I'm having a conversation with Otto about majestic creature that is the cow? Go bother someone else. Okay, rude. Is there something there? I mean, when I see shiny, there has to be something there, no? If you ever need help for ammo, just look for a chest like this. There are chests everywhere. And they can get you out of a sticky situation. Ooh. Well, I'm glad I checked. Shiny is always good. You can use spells to blow up the battleground. Be careful though, with great power comes great cooldown. Spell 1, spell 2. Thrower and Fireball. There's spells? Can I cast Ultima? And break people's eardrums? You tell me they explode? This chain reaction? Pig shot. 5% chance to spawn a pig on impact. Shoot them to make them explode. Joker. Only lasts for this mission and applies individually. Okay. I'm never comfortable with aim down sights, but maybe it's good. And spells feature elements that can combo with one another. For example, fire will cause acid to blow up. I just noticed. That was second pog as heck. Can I do dash backwards? Oh, okay. We lend a horse to every bounty hunter around here, right if you want to move faster. Just remember they ain't as tough as you, enemies scare and run for you easy. Also, quick travel. The horse... Oh my god, the horse is like 10 controls. 10 controls. Oh, you can also just follow mouse, okay. The horse looks so janky, I love it. And overloaded TNT. Is this like a... This might be like a Left 4 Dead Last Stand kind of thing. I mean, sure, feels like it. Summon the boss, make sure everyone's ready. Yeah, okay, let's do it. Sure, it's taking a while. Oh my god. Fireball. Oh my god, the music. Ooh, care package. I love the secondary one. Utility ammo. Oh, I forgot about this. Heavy drinker. Are you enemy? Oh wait, no. I don't think I'm gonna aim, honestly. Why aim when I can just go up close and personal and just shoot them? You know what I mean? I don't have a chance. I want to take things. Firing and aiming. Only when aiming? Okay, there was... Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna struggle in this game, I feel like. Oh yeah, I need to go to extraction. Should I not try to kill more and get like these blue essence things? I probably should, right? Okay, I need to turn down the A downside sensitivity. I think I'm moving around. I don't know why I'm playing it like Counter-Strike, but I am. Under the DLC do okay.
Kobo. Guess what? You're a good girl. Get booped.
We're fine, we're fine. Hi Evie, hi Mead, hi Brecky. Sorry, I was focusing a little bit. I mean, they're already here, right? Hi, Mead. I'll take it. The music is very pop though. Can I make the music louder? Acid Pyro? Oh my god. Doing pretty okay today. I have blueberry cheese tart here. Oh, it's still compiling shaders. Is this Deep Rock Galactic? Hero. Obtain after completing the challenge. Win the game on easy difficulty. Except, don't even think about declining. Okay, okay. Obtain after completing the challenge. Kill 10 cryptic grunts. Okay. 50. Very cool. Is the game still like compiling shaders? No, not anymore. Blink. War's just theater where no one remembers their lines and everyone dies in Act 1. One wouldn't be the best breakfast though. Yeah, I mean, I had a nice brunch. It's breakfast and lunch. went to the usual economic rice place and feels pretty good. Fair enough. So, audio... I want this to be a little bit lower actually. Here's the plan. I want more music, so... Right, we can always try... Does this break my ears? No? Okay. Ooh. 69. Yummy yummy. Oh, I'm being numb. Oh, this melee. The emote. This is very Deep Rock Galactic like. This one. Really believe the final decoration to put up, and obviously it's the one that won't stay put. Happy Cactus Day partner. Okay. Steamy. By decree of Gate Newbot, all cowboys are offered a free ride to the general store. Whatever you do once you get here ain't my jurisdiction. Oh, it just opens up my Steam. Oh, DLC browser? No. Oh wait, why would you open up? Why would you open up this again? It opened up this, and I bought the game. What do you want me to do? I bought the game though. Game. Alright, we good. Just open up that one. Oh, Steamy. Oh, your head is literally just a Steam. Oh my god. You know what? That makes sense now. Hello. What's my spells? Fireball. Launch a line of lightning strikes that zap everything in their path. And spit jets of acid that leave corrosive puddles on the ground. Drain. Command your doll to drain an enemy's health. Summon the cactus mine that explodes when stepped on. Oh. Control the battlefield by summoning helpful cacti. I like fire. I'm gonna keep at this too. There's gun. Hey, it's a bullet bomb. You need 6 shotgun fragments to unlock it or purchase. Lone Ranger. Minigun. Leverage. Crisp lever action, force precision, and rugged reload. Once used to win stickly goldfish at the fair, now win gunfights. I want shotgun. Bow? It fires bargain bin arrows with a quick draw. Bending like you mean it to drop an explosive banger. What are these descriptions? I love them. Okay, so the game is actually running at 60, which is pretty nice. Do we want frame generation? I wonder how intensive this is gonna be. Oh no, it's so shit, it's so shit. I mean shit on my PC because it's like, my PC is like dying. Oh, there we go. Hi, customize hero. Skins, emotes, mounts, titles. John Doe. Jen Doe. Oh, factory standard. Anvil. Woody. Fragment. Viejo. Blink. Ooh, this guy is cool. I want Hootie. I think a lot of people like Hootie. It's auto. Ooh, I want Gerald. Pumpkin Jack. Definitely not cryptic. kill 25,000 cryptics. Any kind. Completed the missions. 3,000 gold? Oh, that's hard actually. Holy shit. We can start from Hootie. Why not? 1,000 gold? Yeah, sure. Prisiatki. Ooh, T-pose? Let's go. It's not bug, it's a feature. Okay, I kinda love this game. Roach? Rodoof. Sandy? Flash Mecha Queen V6 Ultra Turbo? Ka-chow? I feel like I can hear the ka-chow. Oh my god, is there a ka-chow for Flash Mech Equine V6 Ultra Turbo? Ooh, Born the Darkness. Nisi? Phantom. I mean, this one is just born. Ka-chow actually looks really cool. Like, that looks crazy. Off motion blur? Okay. Sometimes motion blur when done bad, it could really like make the game run like terribly. I have VSync, right? Double check the settings real quick and I'm gonna play the game for real. Yes, I have VSync. Okay. I wanna play. Maybe tomorrow if I play this we can play together. Oh! I can level up? Oh no, what? You're shining useless? Rubber duck? Walking makes rubber duck noise useless? Okay, we good. Oh my god, why is this the best game ever? What the fuck? Am I glowing though? I cannot see myself. Emo. I'm not exactly glowing. I will bring you to nightmare difficulty. I guess tomorrow we can try. For now, I wanna experience this game as it is, like raw. Start mission. Cryptic Saloon, Cryptic Totem, Protected Drill Machine. No! Doretta never leaves! Why is Doretta here? What do you mean, Protected Drill Machine? I'm already mad. I'm already mad. Fire a laser cannon. Nitro cannon. 800. Cryptic Totem, or some of them is like 950. Or 950 on Canyon. I guess Canyon is like the harder part. We can never leave Doretta. Like, Doretta's everywhere. I'm not gonna do that. Let's do Cryptic Totem. Easy. Good Joker quality, Wandering Train. Can I do normal immediately? Basic Joker quality, minimum enemies? No, we do normal. You or teammate must complete a mission on normal difficulty first. Cryptic Saloon, destroy Cryptic Totem, last scene in desert. Yeah, we can do this. Area 41. This game is so aware. Right, start mission. I'm gonna listen to that banger music. What the f... How did the train fly? Kid Walls extract. Heading to the sun. Okay. desert. We're gonna shooty bang bang their head, right? We're gonna win together. Danger zones? Ooh. The game gave me too much power. You drop in like you own these lands. Cute. They're mine, by the way. Oh, they talk shit? Oh, the boss would talk shit to you as well. This game is fucking perfect. I can't. Ooh. Past the last stand, the sea exhales its salted sigh. By the right ship, my lost one lingers close nearby. Oh wait, I'm actually glowing now. Let's go. Okay. Okay, that's easy to like identify. Kobo is so beautiful. Wing. Oh. Oh, that was scary. I thought Eevee is the beautiful one. I want to explore more before I continue. I guess we can go to this one first. Dynamite. Throw right up. Ooh. Okay. Oh, I need to heal. I didn't think it's gonna be a nuke. I need healing. Do you guys like the rubber ducky noises? I sure do. I hate it actually. Feels like it sometimes loads something that just makes my PC go insane for a little bit. They're using the oud? Oh my god. This game's the best. What the fuck? They're using oud? Like the OUD, that musical instrument. Oh my god, they have oud. The oud always sounds so sexy, not gonna lie. I fucking love oud. The oud. I don't know how to pronounce that properly, but it is called the oud, I'm pretty sure. Wait. What is this? Rubber duck sounds sexy too. I don't know about that. But hey, if you like it, I'm not gonna judge. I can melee them. Ooh. Release the Hunter's Soul. Final 10 graves on this map are not a challenge. Progress is personal and can be made over multiple runs. Okay. So those blue ones are graves? Oh my god. Ooh. we just slapped the snake. That's so cute. Oh no. Wait, I'm supposed to go to objective. Let's control this one. This will start an infinite wave. You have to kill 37 enemies. Okay. It's not exactly infinite then if I have a... Is this a little bit too hard for me? Might be a little bit too hard for me, I feel like. Maybe I should just stick. Maybe I should. I should just stick with easy, I guess. But it's okay. What we did that thing? I want to see what these are. Cheek shot. 50% chance for bullets to make chicken sound useless. Okay. I'm taking 3 useless Joker cards. I love it. Someone shooting at me? I don't know if that thing is gonna become a nuke again. Dwarf, you're small, gain move speed, fire rate, and lower... Oh! Oh, I'm a kobold! Okay, acid doesn't hurt me. I shoot a lot faster now. Okay, we're getting some gold. Very nice. Oh, I went the wrong way. Okay, heading south. What's going on? Eradicate all pumpkins? How? Did it do it? Oh. Well, I mean, that's a shit ton more easier. Without doing what I'm trying to do. Ooh. Oh, Rufus? Damn darn pumpkins, I hate them. Keep smashing them until they stay dead. Oh, do they respawn? It's okay, a rubber ducky dwarf is gonna help you, or kobold actually. Oh my god, they keep going in. Are you supposed to do this alone? Oh wow. We take those. Big money. And a big shiny machine gun. Permission, the weapon gains plus 0.3% fire rate for every 50 damage dealt. Oh my god. That's gonna eat through my bullet really quickly though. That's good and also scary, I feel like. Well, we did that. Now we go here. Hello. The Great Marauder's secret? Take down Marauder's camps to get an intel. Activate the antenna to intercept Marauder's comms. Hey assistant, name's Dr. Spark Twist. I've been tracking these Marauders for days, and let me tell you, they know. I know they know, and they sure do not know I know. Anyway, I spotted a few of them sneaking around here, looking real guilty and mysterious like. I need you to interrogate them, real gentle with your fist, and see what shakes loose. I'm sure those tin-headed pricks got themselves a secret place out there, and if we find its location first, we'll look real smart around town. One quest of this quest and permission? Okay. So let's take down Marauder's camps and get an intel. Those Marauders thinks they can fool me? Go interrogate a few to see what falls out of their pockets. So, 2 quests now, here. Okay. I mean, there's one. We start from here, train's here. There's no time limit, right? Okay. Dang fuck, there's no time limit. I'm fishing! What is that? Oh, they keep spawning. Let's not get close to that. They just keep spawning. Oh, are they locked in? They might have locked into my location. Okay, okay. Maybe I can destroy that. Oh, that wasn't too bad. Bouncing ball. 50% damage airborne. Okay. More heals. Okay, we done that. That was like a side mission of some sort. So is that one, I think? The green stuff. Just a second. Okay, we did that. Thank you, Kobo Gold. Sorry, give me a second. Hit me 0.5 per second after being hit. For 20 seconds after being hit. Oh, okay. Isn't that like a good one? Oh, thank you. How was Deadlock? Some post from Blue Sky made me want to play Deadlock because of Viper. I want to see Viper. Goober raid. Oh, look at that mall. Welcome. Wow, hope you are doing good. Thanks for the raid. I hope Deadlock was fun. My name is Tiora. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Welcome. I hope Deadlock was taken fun. I'm playing far west or near east for the first time. And so far it has been a fucking blast. Been doing good Deadlock. Indeed look. It was so fun. Heck yeah, good to know that was super duper fun. Amazing. I'm gonna look at Viper, and because of Viper, I kinda want to play Deadlock and give it a try. But I'm pretty sure a PvP game is gonna like push me away, honestly. Also going to Wishing Well and see what happens. Oh yeah, I have hit me, so they're not gonna be... chunky. I can take a few hits. Shrimp over this for a second fights back. Oh, thank goodness. Sorry, I feel like the connection has been a little bit unstable lately. I don't know why. Oh yeah, Kobo Gold, if you need to get some post-stream care, definitely go do them. Get some food, get some rest, get some drink. Viper is hard to play. You need to learn how to be slippery like a snake and also how to slide while shooting. I guess I can try. I mean, I don't know how hard it's gonna be. Moral to Intel? Okay. Oh, these guys are Marauders. Pick up a Joker heals for plus 50 HP. Dang. Getting all the good stuff here. Okay, we did it. Acid mastery. Minus 10% acid cooldown per equipped acid spell. Cool, okay. So I can just throw a more now. I am taking my sweet time with this. Ooh, there's a... Is it that one? It could be that one. Oh my god, it scared me. Destroy that one. Ooh, do double damage per shot? That's crazy. Oh, okay. Second grave found. Is it a question mark? No, okay. Why do you keep hearing squeaking? I have a rubber ducky. I'm glowing. Entering desert zone, beware. Alright, here we go. I mean, what's the worst that's gonna happen? Die? Sure feels like it. I don't know how to survive that. Feels like these guys can help heal. Oh no. Interior's Robert Lucky. Do the cards of Enginite. Energite. Oh. Is it these things? I need to parkour. I I think I'm pretty okay with parkouring. Even with the extra gravity, but I have dwarf, so I guess that offset it. Right, that should be everything. I assume each card won. Oh, nice! Medicard. Oh, this one again. Also, I forgot to say, but I hope you're doing good, Dragon Colony. Welcome. Okay, we did the danger zone. We go here first for this. Okay. Oh, Marauders. Whoa. I should just get down and fight them. Yeah, that's the thing. Okay. Not a good thrower, am I? I don't really want to get down and fight them, but I guess I have to. Ooh. Where am I? Wait, why am I here? Oh, okay, it's a teleport. It's kind of a teleport, huh? Give me all the shiny, thank you very much. Why are they so tanky? You don't notice that I'm taking a lot of hits because I have the hit me perk. That worked. Kill the boss and extract to complete the quest? Obvious, absolutely obvious. Now that we've found a Breedium work assistant. Okay. Okay. One utility, let's not waste it. Yeah, shiny. Okay, we still have this one. So let's just hit E. Yeah, E. There's something there. Ooh, how many more? Last 2 bullet and then make it an explosive. Oh, yo, let's go. Okay. Ah! I love the snake. Okay. Nice, I think they exploded themselves. Okay, now that we did that. It's white in color, I think. Oh, it's white in color! It shows on the compass. Ammo? Light arm ammo? No main gun? Oh, yikes. Danger zone again? Oh! A shotgun fragment, very nice. I'll take it. Uh-oh. Wow, that one hurt. Something she's gonna go up close and personal. Utility equipment. Rage. Upon reaching 24% HP, release a wave that burns nearby enemies. Go down 60 seconds. Okay. This feels like the Deep Rock Galactic Survival perk. At least reminds me of that one. There was like, yeah, green structure. That helps a lot. A healthy boy. 2 HP, gain 30% move speed, reload speed, and fire rate. Oh my god, okay. Love that. Okay, let's go, okay. That thing? put the green batteries at the same time? Pull all the green batteries at the same time? In the same time... How? So I guess that's not for solo play? Whoa. Definitely need to turn down the aim down sight sensitivity. I'm gonna do that now. So maybe like 0.5? Yeah, feels better. Oh no, yeah, no, it's not for single player. Hey! Unfortunate. Turn on the regular sensitivity to compensate for the aim down sight being lowered. No, there's no need. Oh my god. Oh my god. Heavy drinker? More effective on you? Nice. Oh, have I not done an objective? Oh, I did. Yeah, the machine gun perk is like ammo supply, 5% chance for enemies to drop an ammo box upon death. Oh my god, I need that. There's like an orange stuff here. This thing? Oh, this is starting area. Oh, that's what orange is. Okay, okay. Question mark. Question mark is white. I am taking my sweet time here. Second win? Instead of dying to a fatal hit. There's a cooldown of 180 seconds? It's not just one time thing? That's crazy. Oh. I'm very not used to the mount. Okay, this one. Oh, that's the question mark. Okay, okay. I guess I haven't do the objective. Didn't I do it already? Didn't I like activated the totem? And get slipped. Oh, I just did once. Oh my god, I didn't know. Okay, we have a bunch of ammo. Alright, let's do it. Do you think we dispense candy the second time? Nope. Who the fuck? Where's the rocket launcher? Oh, that wasn't too bad. Nice. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Let's go. We went. No, we go down. Okay. We know what the question mark is. We don't need to go there anymore. We explored pretty much the entirety of this place a little bit. We get a bunch of like jokers and shit. Lots of jokers actually. The joker mechanic is like schizophrenic. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. No. Increase picked up range and gain plus 2 HP when pick up a soul. I should have got them on first. Rubber duck? Ooh, double? Double rubber duck? Oh hell. The machine gun perk is like really carrying the game here. Okay, that's the train. So now we go... Oh! What? Oh my god, the horse is so good! Oh my god, let's go, horse! Didn't they say the horse gets scared away easily? Got him. Guess we'll just go straight to the red. No healing drinks? Okay. Ow! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I got lucky. Oh, not a snake. I'm so blind. Utility equipment. Oh. I don't know why I like decided to Counter Strike. I'm not playing Counter Strike. Right, I'm doing it. You summoned it. How fast it sends you back to the lobby? Oh my god! I did some damage, I think. What the heck? Get out of here. Okay, what do I do here? Oh, okay, okay. my god, there's so many snakes. There's so many snakes. I couldn't catch up to the saloon spirit. There we go. And the shotgun, the cover of windows are glowing. Yeah, I just noticed after so long. Alright, I guess it's time to go with the extraction. Why is that red? Oh, it's on the robbers. I guess I like to care about them. Let's go. Oh my god, I have to mine that. Messed up. I have to. It's shiny, I have to get the shiny. You can really schmooze in this game, I love it. Extraction over there. Okay. No, now. I got him. What if this I'm taking it? Where's the machine gunner? I have to call the train. On the train, is someone's getting desperate? Yeah, I am. That's actually scary. Holy shit. The man was doing all the heavy lifting. What do you mean? I'm me, my own. Thank you, Doom Eternal, for training me for this. Take it. I mean, obviously my aim could be better, but still. Whoa. Let's get in. Oh. How long did it take? Did it take 2 hours? Holy shit. Is it a bad idea to play normal on my first run ever? But that was fun as hell though, holy shit. Bullet shot 2k. It didn't say how long I take though. I guess thank you for that game, you know? I didn't want to know. I feel like this one could have taken like maybe 2 hours. I don't know. Or maybe an hour, I don't know. I scored the pain though. craft an overloaded TNT. A creature in the bell tower. Thank you. I must have unlocked a lot of things. God, I feel like if I didn't play Doom Eternal, I'm dying 100 times there. Except don't even think about declining. Souls? I have 600 gold, and I still have the rubber ducky. Maybe it's time to look at the real, like, jokers. I mean, being glowing and stuff. Being glowing stuff is great. I'll keep the glowing one, but maybe not the rubber ducky. The high pitched squeaky noise gets a little bit much. Right, let's get rid of this one. My PC is constantly dying, help. You know what? Give me a second. I'm gonna turn everything down to the lowest possible. Camera dirt. More western camera dirt on. It's already an ultra performance. Lumen illumination. Yeah, more speed. Lumen illumination looks like a little bit too much. No, I want 10. Like, these I'll put on like... Oh, no shadows? I mean, the game sure feels a lot better. The game just looks bright. The game looks bright. Okay, I'll turn on shadows for a little bit, okay? At least have a little bit of shadow because everything's just bright. Okay, that's slightly better. Oh no. Upgrade slots. Health, spell cooldown, speed, jump height. I need gold for upgrade? No, I don't need to upgrade. I need to spend money for Hootie. Hootie or Gerald? Gerald 3k? Actually, I'm buying Gerald. I'm getting Gerald. The skull-headed creature has always been like my favorite thing. You can revive your allies twice as fast. Under Deadly Strong, move faster and deal more damage as a dead ghost. As a dead ghost? Gain plus 3% movement speed. 35% more effective. Level 5 to buy jokers of this category. Oh no! I mean, honestly, I got carried by that one machine gun, and also the perk hit me, the purple perk. They hit me and then I can keep healing for 20 seconds, so that's what brought me towards victory with the game. Also, the game sort of like a short burst. The game eats the CPU like crazy from time to time. Oh, it's an Unreal Engine game? That's understandable. Yeah, currently it's eating 70% of my CPU. And sometimes it would do a short burst of like 80% plus. So that's why OBS just goes like encoding overloaded sometimes. Eat more CPU. I sure hope they don't eat more CPU. But it is what it is. I mean, I beat normal with a rubber duck and shine bright. Give me more. Give me more. Oh. I'm so shiny. Oh wait, it's level. Oh, I don't need to like spend money. Increase the prestige, allowing to upgrade a hero and weapon beyond their max capacity, as well as buy additional resources. Can be upgraded up to level 10. Oh my god, the replayability. Two fragments. 6? Oh. Ammo pack? Explodes into ammo. More players means more bullets. Family gatherings has never been so lucrative. Healing area. Explodes on impact and creates a healing zone that lasts for a long time. Smells like rotten soup, just like any proper grandma's remedy. Impulse grenade. Theoretically generate shockwave that push players away, allows you to reach heights of skill level. What did I do? What did I do? This game is mean. Auto crate. Explodes into healing bottles and generate a guarantee to make it the most popular cowboy at the sun. Ooh, this one is good. So ammo pack plus bottle crate is like the bread and butter combo, I feel like. Also, let me eat one of these like blueberry cheese tart real quick. This game is fun as hell, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I was playing on the normal mode, and sure, it took me like an hour to beat a stage. I can open it. It feels just like Deep Rock Galactic, not gonna lie. Well, not just like, right? Oh, this one is really good. Oh my god. Oh, they put extra blueberry at the bottom? Oh, creative. Oh, yeah, look at Zeus. It's a very cool dog. I'm eating. Imagine eating while streaming. Wow, crazy. Oh. Just a second. This one. Your feedback helps us improve the game. We devs enjoy that. Chilling. Oh, that's what it is. Level 4. Boing. Oh, I can 3 spells. Surcharge. Finger guns. Swap your weapons for fiery fingers that shoot explosive fire bullets. Counter rain of acid that corrodes enemy in the wide area. That feels really good. And summon an acid geyser that erupts on impact and launches enemies into the air. Ooh, let them lose their footing as well? I mean, it's harder to aim, but It could be good. I'm gonna get... Yeah, 3 spells. I don't think there's much I can do here. How about you? And gamble for a random joker for 250 souls. Gamba? Mine is 35% though. Random joker for... Random joke? Sure. Find joker, Chad. Reviews the position of the wandering trader and get the 20% discount. You deserve it. Equip at the hero shop. Oh! Gimme, gimme, gimme. I need 2? Dang. Can't believe I can't be glowy anymore. I think I can make this like... Let me try this. Yeah, maybe AMD FSR wasn't the best idea here. Usually during AMD FSR during early access, just like, yeah, it's really bad. Because currently the game is running at 56, 58 CPU, and peak at 62. Yeah, it just runs way better. It actually just runs way better. Marauder? Oh! I would have gone away with it if it weren't for you meddling hunters. Well, too bad. And craft a gas bomb.
Oi, you, that purple cutie in the corner. Yes, you, the one with the pretty purple horns. Of course, the one with those cute as heck pride socks. You're indeed a good girl. Yip yip.
I love the pride socks. Wait. Found grave, music disc, easy map. Oh, easy map. Winnie Billy's quest line. There's a mysterious train wreck here. 10 graves, 0 tree, music discs. A heart map. Ooh. I'm doing Dr. Spark Twist's questline. Yeah, I'm doing this. Let's do this one. Craft the gas bomb. Yeah. Alright, we're doing normal again. Here we go. That was similarly kind of loud. Oh. We're in a flying train. We're going on a ship. We're going on a trip. Oh, that's a really weird okay. Oh good, fresh tin cans on the menu. I was getting bored up here. Oh. Oh, I can ping it and it just shows on the map. Oh my god. play again? Activate the antenna to intercept Marauders' comms. Yeah, let's do it. Great news, assistant. We can spy on the Marauders. You just need to reach my antenna and switch it back on. Okay. What is that? So quest is at the end. Danger zone is here. We could do these ones first. Let's follow the white one in the compass. Oh, that's a nuke. That's a nuke. I'm fine. Man, don't know what I would do without magic. Pizza time? Heck yeah. Pizza good. Was that the question mark? No, it's not. Okay. Rubber duck? Let's not get that one. The squeaky noise can get a little bit too much towards the end. As funny as it is, prolonged rubber ducky can be a little bit annoying. Ooh. Mine gold by moving the magnet and valves. Oh. Uh-oh. Green ones. Dwarf, there we go. Oh my god. Down, up? Or left, right? Nice. And then up still. Nice, and then keep going down. Without shadow, I think this would be impossible. Well, not impossible, but a lot harder. Woohoo! Give me all the money. Thank you very much. I need 3k. Movement speed and reloading. Oh, okay. Okay, a question mark here. Side objective. Ah. Money. It's so good. Ooh, that was really cool. Spells are really nice for the person like for a kobold like me who can't aim. Why there's so many look? My lost one lingers close nearby. Oh, are you saying that you have a child cactus around here? Oh, I already got this one. So same structure, same music pieces. Such thing. Oh, okay. Hmm? Hmm? Has souls? Okay. So that's 2 side objectives done. I want to see what that is. Oh, buy a joker from Wandering Trader for 36 gold. The more money you spend here will not affect other players' balances. Ammo pickers are disabled, passive regain ammo. Weak spot refund? Get your bullet with a weak spot hit. After a fatal hit? Give me this, give me this. One more? Speedy Gonzalez? Lucky Strike? Headbang? 10% chance to deal double damage per shot. I want move speed. Alright, I cannot buy too much, I need money. So that's the Wandering Merchant. Okay, okay. I don't really have like a reliable heal, so I kinda want to deal with them. I kinda don't want to deal with them like charging head first. I'll just take my time and wait for the shield to like go down. Merchant ran away. There's nothing else there, to be honest. Why am I trying to fight them? Them and the shields. I guess we do objectives first. Oh, hi, G. Big shot. Get that fire? Okay, I can pause, but there will be no sound though. I'm gonna get that fire real quick then. Yeah. It'll be a good warm-up for tonight's pickable session as well. I'm hitting balls tonight. Right. I'm so glad I have this like plastic chair. Right, here we go. Oh, okay. I think those squats might have been my most standard squat ever. Like the postures and the posture and everything feels right. It's the first time I feel that way. Okay. Let's continue playing. Right, we're going to the objective. Money, money. No, sure. I knew it. Oh, pig shot. The marauders. The marauders give money though. I should kill more of them. Just be careful. Whee. Soul Siphon? Plus 2 HP will pick up soul? Ah, that's really good. Okay, okay. So we have a kind of a reliable heal now. Oh, that was the pack. Okay, okay. Objective. What am I doing? I keep getting sidetracked. Nice. Like I said I want to do objectives, and then look at where I am. It's always why in games like this, like Deep Rock Galactic, it would take me like an hour to finish a mission, and to a lot of people that's like extremely slow, which is understandable. This is the... oh yeah, this is some slight thing. Last dance? That's good. Slapping the snake. Enable projector. Whoa. Oh, we have to craft something, right? I think. Press when the needle is in the middle. Memorize the sequence and insert the correct items. Correct items in the factory. Where's the factory? Are you the factory? I'll try. Too chili? Oh. That's one chili. Where's the other chili? Oh. Oh, that's nice. Fish for pizzas. Pizzas? Alright, next sequence. Bottles. Chili. Bottles. Oh, I cannot throw it. Oh, I think I have to hold it. Bottles, chili. Bottles. Next sequence. Gas, chili, gear, chili. Oh, gas, chili, gear, chili. Uy, dimakan. Weak spot hits to blow confetti useless? Let's go. What was it again? Gas chili, gear chili? Oh, I cannot see. Wait. Traffic cones? Not very tasty. You could eat them. Traffic gas bomb? Oh my god. Stops. Actually, these additional items. Okay, gas shoe gas. I'm busy, I'm busy. Oh my god. Everything's fine. Is there no healings here? There is. Chat again. We take those. Chili chili. Okay. Where was I again? Oh no, okay, yes, gear chilling. My brain hurts after that one. Survived? Good. I needed you alive for my next stage of suffering. And so far I've been like destroying them though. Well, probably not destroying because my health is not looking that good. Okay. Hey, objective looks good. Now we need to kill the boss, right? But I also need to do this. So if I activate the boss, it's gonna be like very hectic. Before I do anything, let's go do this one. Nice. Many shiny this run. Or like this stage. I think that's the third one of this mission. Oh. Bones, skulls, bones. Mama cave cavern, me go back grotto. Shit, I forgot where the purple is. Could be nearby. I think it's nearby the merchant. So if it's nearby the merchant, then it should be around here. Not now. Wait, I don't remember where it is. It doesn't show on the map. Sorry. Mama Cave Cavern? Is that a cavern? Unless it's this thing? What's a cavern? I don't remember where. I don't remember where the heckin' Mama Cactus is. Oh, that's really bad. How would I know to memorize where the heckin' thing is? me go back grotto? I don't know where it is. Red is the boss. I mean, it shows me where the baby is, right? If I happen to stumble upon the mama cactus, then I can always come back for the baby, and then I'll maybe do a ping. Do I have more objectives? Oh, pickup. All the intense brain activity for such an easy task. This is almost too cute. No, don't say me cute, don't get me excited, huh? Oh, unless it's this one. Oh, could it be? It's a color that I've never seen before. Wait. No, not the rubber duck. Oh, wait, that's the train. Oh my god, I'm actually dumb as hell. I'm sure the cactus baby is gonna be fine, right? It's fine. Need to ping this one. Oh. Oh, I got another gold, but I still don't know where that mama cactus is. I feel terrible that I couldn't even find mama cactus anymore. I mean, this place should be safe. Let's go do this one. Whoa. They should be fine. I mean, just a few nukes. Pepe the Kobo. Jockey! Oh my god, dragon. Hi, dragon. Hi, Jockey. I love the schnick schlepping. Hope Jockey's doing good. Okay, we're full health still. Very, very nice. Definitely need some bullet. That was loud. Let's fight them. I'm just gonna, like, you know, 3953. You expect me to remember that while fighting? At least I keep repeating, but I don't know what it's for. Oh, this thing. Setting up the antenna. Hopefully nothing happens, because I have no heal. Oh, okay. This is really bad. There's so many of them. Sometimes I wonder, why am I playing normal when I just started? I just go for it. Maybe I can go find a heal somewhere. Pretty sure there's something. Ayaway, ayaway. I couldn't aim when there's like 10,000 bullets like going my way. You'd love it. Can I join? Always only play single player. Yeah, I'm currently playing single player only, and I feel like tomorrow I might let my friends join. I don't feel comfortable enough to like play with like anyone else for now. Oh. How are they so tanky though? Would be nice if I can aim. Oh. Oh, they're shooting them as well. While I'm holding control. I'm not playing Counter-Strike. Hiya. Okay, what is this purple stuff? Best color? I mean, the souls heal, but they just don't heal enough. What if this triggers another horde event? Oh, purple. Could it be like voodoo skills? I mean, that's purple. Maybe I have to do some sort of a voodoo skill to like activate this thing. I mean, it's all just speculation at this point. I have no idea what it is. Good, right? I'm gonna figure it out. I thought they don't want to shoot. Unlucky. Unlucky. I think I can shoot. No? There's a lot of them. Are they super duper angry now? That worked. No, I have low health. I shouldn't be fighting them like this. It's just full heals? Holy shit. Oh, I didn't see this. It's kind of everything now. Okay, okay. So now we've done this one. We just need to kill the boss, right? So... Oh, I want to go to Danger Zone and see. Yeah, that one. I might die, but it's okay. If I die, it might be my first death of the day. I actually have no idea how am I like playing so well. I wouldn't say playing so well, but I would say Doom Eternal has trained me to play games like this, I guess. That's a lot of bird. I went into it. I don't think I can keep getting hit like that. Am I just keep re-triggering the danger zone thing? Also go into a wishing well and see what happens. Oh my god, free gold! I should be doing that every time. Good cards with energite. Oh, so the danger zone will always have this. We can select the shlick, it's fine. Oh. I thought I can cheat and just grab it. Much money. Getting closer. Getting close to getting Gerald. 5% chance to shoot explosive projectiles acid? Oh my god, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, now the danger zone is done. We just go to the boss. Yeah, playing without AMD FSR just feels way better. I don't know if I want to deal with it. I always have a trouble with like aim down sights. It just sort of defeats the purpose of aim down sight because whenever I do aim down sight, I can't see shit. Like, why? You know, why? Like, beratkan. That took way too much health. Wait, is there another cactus child? The aliens are real? Think they know my name? Need to report to him. To that silo with pipes near the shore. But where is that? That silo with pipes near the shore? What's a shore? Is this a shore? Like this part? Could it be like the blue... I mean, I don't see them though, but I don't really like... Am I just not observant enough? Try again. Oh, before that. That's heal. Yeah, there's two like cactus children here. Oh yikes, this is bad. Chick shot? Make a chicken sound useless? I want it. Ooh, more of them. Wait. Maybe it is. Maybe it is the dark blue color place. This one. Hello. This is not my child. We look nothing alike. Okay, game. Okay. So this one is one. This one is also another one. No way. I have to go back? Can I ride a horse? That's diabolical. You want me to travel all the way back? Fine! Fine, I'm doing it. Here. Oh, I have to deal with that green stuff again. Relentless. Ooh, this one's good. Very nice. Honestly, it's such an interesting concept to a dash that also jumps. Definitely feels very different for me. Wait, is it just a coincidence that it's at the blue area? It might just be a coincidence. Yeah, it might just be a coincidence that it's at the blue area in the map. Well, I'm not gonna do the cactus quest again. It's too... bleh. I don't like it. Like, there's no indication of where to go. I mean, indicates where the child is, but it doesn't show where the parent cactus is. Unless this is another one? I mean, there's no way, right? There's one here, but I don't see it. Am I blind? No, I'm not blind. I mean, I'm on it. It's Sarah. Ooh. Hi, Kobo. Hi, Sarah, Kobo friend. Welcome. With a hug? Oh my goodness. Kobo hug's the best. Well, I'm not gonna do the cactus anymore, so we're just gonna go do the boss here and do the extraction. Here we go. Honestly, I always wanted to play games with friends as well, but it's also like, because I'm in Malaysia, and usually when people play with me, it's either me that gets like a fuck ton of ping, or people who play with me get a fuck ton of ping, which is like, it's definitely a little bit of a but I can't do much about it, because, you know, ping and stuff. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm actually doing pretty well today. I bought myself some blueberry cheese tart. Ay, that's fine. What is consumer? Oh, 30% weapon damage, but reloading now wastes unused ammo. No, I cannot. I have this like, I will reload when I use 1 bullet, so I cannot take that. I will... It's so hard though. Simply shoot until empty. Well, yeah, but sometimes I do this, you know, it's like, oh, I miss a shot and then I just reload immediately. I don't know how you survive in CS then since I added max. Yeah, I still survive. Somehow. Alright. Somehow. I'm always wanting to prepare with full mag, right? Okay, fine, watch this. I'm a gamer, right? With a Y. I got this. I mean, just don't simply shoot until empty, right? Easy. This one is no problem though. This one has like 6 bullets. One utility here. One for emergency that we're gonna hold on. Okay, so I don't think there's anything else to do here. I already did. Oh. Alright, gas bomb. Shoot the bomb. Okay, shoot once, don't reload. Okay. No, we use this one to shoot. Oh, okay. Uh oh. I shot all. Cryptic train. Chicken noises. Oh my god, Schnick. I went into it. Oh shoot, I press R. I'm playing casino. I'm not actually aiming. I press R. So dangerous to shoot like that. What's in here? There should be a heal nearby. I run to it. Casino. Casino gameplay. Just hip fire, never ends. Ooh, there's more heals here. Don't mind if I do. I'm just gonna keep healing. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Ammo wasted. I know, game, you don't have to tell me that. The train doesn't seem too bad. The saloon is way crazier. It wasn't so bad. Well played. Too bad my NS score isn't impressed one bit. I'm okay with that. Right, time to go extract. Shotgun fighting. Here comes more banger music. Actually, I want to fight my way to victory. I'm just kind of glad that I played enough like Doom Eternal back then. What's this? Oh my god, I hate you. Oh, double check. Okay, so it's not the blue icon. Just to make sure. Thank you, game. I understand. I'm also doing this because I want to get more skins. Oh, not these guys. Well, give me the gold. Oh, it's a gas bomb in here. I'm going the wrong way. Asshole. Whoa. Oh my god, PC's dying. Oh my god, I went further. Fuck it, just go. I gotta survive the train anyway. See, you trying to save you if you jump before it slows down? Lose the mount? Oh, I can lose the mount anymore? Oh, it's currently disabled. Casino. Oh, the train's here. That's cool. I didn't get to check the time or anything. Easy. The music is such a banger though. That's why I have like music play on full volume and then sound effect a little bit lesser. Big banger music. Imagine one stage takes like 2 hours. That's me. Nuclear missile. I wanna get enough money to buy Gerald. It's 3k gold, so it's a lot. Hell yeah. Good. Take it as if you have any other choice? I don't think so. Outer Spark Twist skin. Completing the challenge, finish the oh, skin! Area 41 map. Except insert evil lab. I have 1k gold. No, it's still so far away. What do we have? Mary? Hell yeah, I'm the best. I know music. Right, what do we have? Shotgun, it's not enough, right? Yeah, we need 2 more fragments. Ling 47-hour training. Yeah, I did like 30 minutes. Ling practice. I haven't heard from I haven't seen Two Set Violin for a long time. Ever since they sort of like make a drastic change to the channel, I just sort of like I don't see the videos anymore. Weird. I need to like actively search out for the videos again. They fully move into like music producing and schooling. I mean, it's cool, but at the same time, it's kind of I miss the funny content, funny music content, especially when they review like in a movie they review like violin playing. Yeah, no more two-set violin. Unfortunate. It is what it is. Oh. Wop wop. Ah, man, I'm gonna eat this blueberry cheese tart to soothe my pain. Oh my god, 30 jokers in a single mission? How? Speedy Gonzalez. Oh my god, 300 souls. Now how much is the gambler? Gemba 250. There's a chance of getting normal though. I mean, sure, like fine 35, prime 20, normal 25. I say we Gemba. I'm gonna Gemba. Wee. I'm going to quit the game. Okay, let's see how much it costs. I think that's a white one. This one. 50 souls. No. Oh my god, that's a huge loss. Fuck. I'm using it anyway. Well, never Gamba. I want this one. Skull head creature, the best. Communicates mostly in grunts and we drop everything for a game of cards. Drop everything for a game of cards? I kinda want to buy a T-post though. Give speak, I've trained for this in the mirror energy. Always heaven. A proud salute to honor the mission that failed in record time. Visibly judge your friend for taking forever in the lobby. Oh my god. That's me though, like, I'm gonna take forever in the lobby. I'm always the slowest one. So I'm gonna use a Gazer. Because I'm gay. What? No, actually I don't think I'm gay. I'm just extremely into dragons. And I mean, at this point I would just consider myself a dragon sexual. Yep, that's a thing now. Thus declared the kobold. I guess I can do one more mission, and then I probably have to yeah, it's 4:15 p.m. I'll do one more mission, and then I'm probably gonna go prepare for the pickleball tonight. Yeah, tonight I'll be hitting balls, and then tomorrow I'll still stream. But tomorrow I have to end early because of like my, my ex-master is visiting Miri, and then I'm going to bring him around, because I can drive. So I mean I don't mind doing that, right? So that's what I'm gonna do tomorrow. Again, I'll be careful, right? I'll be very vigilant, and if anything goes wrong, anything goes awry, I'll just drop everything and run. Well, I'm not gonna drop anything, I'll just drive away. Alright, let's do one more mission. Let's do Far West. We do Willy Billy's questline. Cryptic Vulture, Cryptic Necromancer. Fire the Nitro Cannon, a protected drill machine. I mean, after knowing how the game kind of works, I don't think protect the drill machine is like protecting Doretta in Deep Rock Galactic. It's going to be very different because it's like you do an objective in one specific place and then you go for the boss after. So yeah, protect the drill machine doesn't sound too bad. But I want the nitro cannon. Cryptic vulture, it's gonna be so hard to fucking it's gonna be so hard to fight. Oh my god, the bird. Very good Joker quality. Wandering Trader, 25% gold, 25% souls. Intense enemies, elite enemies, 3 danger zones, flying structures. Flying structures? 2 danger zones? Was there 2 danger zones? I mean, so far I played it's only like 1 danger zone. I will play normal, unless I have like more... Unless I unlock more character things or like stronger guns and shit. Maybe with shotgun I'm willing to go for a hard, I guess. But for now, let's just do a normal difficulty. Here we go, start mission. No, it's not. I need to drink water. Let's go for this one immediately. Wait, there's a danger zone right here. Showed up again. Love the optimism, really. Range. Oh my god, that's so good. Oh, it's a purple thing again. I didn't bring any like purple spells. What is that? Oh. I actually didn't know the chest would give me Joker cards. More incentive to open up all the chests then. Is this supposed to be like the first map that people play? I don't know why I started with desert, to be honest. Some fun. My brain just be like, oh, you should press E to interact with things. Like, yep. I did, then I died. Well, I didn't die, but I exploded myself. wonder if we could just throw a nade at that. And then just like blow everything up. Yes, sir. There we go. Oh, these things are pissing me off, man. Spawn the pig on impact, shoot them to make them explode. Oh, I need to shoot them to make them explode. Explains the pig. Nice. Danger zone? Is it going to explode? Oh, what for though? The explode doesn't really do any damage to anything. Shiny. Ah. Hey, where's the pickaxe? Okay, I lost the pickaxe. I cannot believe I actually lost the pickaxe. Fine. Oh, you can just hold the button. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is just like Gunfire Reborn. Oh, I skipped the entire thing. Bonjour's Skull. Ooga booga. Nice. Do I get anything? I get Mega Souls, I think? Yeah. Like the That's one thing done. Let's go through the other ones. It was at the danger zone somewhere, right? That wasn't too bad. Another one. I should be doing as much like of these in green stuff as possible, because I'm pretty sure they give. Oh, I'm pretty sure they give Joker cards. I think most of the time. I already have this. So the Wandering Trader is this one, the purple one. I'll try to use the horse more. Oh, 来好是啊。睇到哈。要破你电话了吗？你这边直接打。哦 yes 咯，所以6、3。18点5点咯，还给你1个小时而已那个，yes 就好了，这样不。cancel， 我打错，好才可以 cancel。不对。pull out yes， 你个礼拜全部都算，啱 key 咯，就这样。然后就 send， 这个就按 send 了这个。Reason for leaving Cellcom， 哪一个你不爽哈？你选一个。
什么叫 switch？ 这个 network 什么意思 ？network coverage？network
coverage 是讲你在一个它没有 cover 到的地方，你在一个没有 Cellcom 的地方，就可能像西部地里面这样，你收不到 Cellcom 的。
这样好了。
不要啦，你就写一个 expensive， 你写第四啦，第四那么香。
哦好 ，OK。
然后现在就是being processed 了咯，现在还在 process 你的 port out request。
然后
然
我就不要
后
管它了。
他过后还会 send 多给你一个 message，应该啦，是给你讲要去 Cellcom DG 找 hot bill，hot bill，然后还了那个 hot bill 过后就 port out 好了咯。
哦，还要再还啊？
啊，
等一下看。
还要再看那个 hot bill 那边多少钱就可以了。
哦，我再看，等一下再等啊。OK。
他等下还有一个 message 咯，那个 message 也是要2个小时以内弄，所以
要2个小时以内弄。
我今晚去打球的话就应该也不会这样准，我8点去打，然后你8点 send 过来吗？如果迟一点点还可以啦，因为2个小时啊。
那什么东西还有吗？这些东西没有我就拿
有
走吧。
那这2个都没有了。我哪来？看今晚讲咯。Okay, I'm back. I have to help my mama with a little bit of the port out situation here. So we're trying to save money. So my current Max's plan has this subline thing. So we'll only have one data plan, and then the subline is only like 39 ringgit. So we're saving a bunch of money there. So heck yeah. Anyways, I'm back. I missed it. So that one lasts for a bit. I really should be looking around a little bit more. My aim is so bad. Yo, is that a kitty? Nice picture. Feels like it's a little place to like explore around this area. Hey, if it works, I'll take it. Clutch. That's unfortunate. Man, could have had full health. I guess I want to explore around a little bit. Like, why is there UFO? Why is there UFO? Marauders. Oh my god, I cannot see. So long range I can't do anything. That's good to know. Oh, that's another side objective. Where's the wizard? Oh, minus 30% HP. So I only have 70 HP. Spell cooldown. Fine, I'll take it. Oh, that's so spicy. Ooh, wishing well. Oh my god. Nuke! God damn it! You could have warned me earlier, game. You don't just go nuke and then spit it out and explode it immediately. You fuck. Oh my god, also no second chance is diabolical on the single player mode. Well, it is what it is. Fucking nuke comes out. No chance to react. You couldn't even run away. Oh fuck. Well, I guess that's how my first step is going to be. Not that there's much I can do about it. I do have a lot of souls. Let's do a bit of gamba. Clutch. That one seems pretty good. Do it again. Ooh, no way. Legendary Joker? Shit. Can I equip that? I mean, glass cannon's a little bit spooky. And these 5 available Joker slots. What in the fuck? Oh. Oh. Unfortunate, but it's okay. I really want to add this one for now. Because it costs gold. $200 gold? What? That's ridiculous though. Costs too much. I'm just gonna save money for Gerald. I want to see if I can make the game slightly brighter. Why are you on this resolution? To switch to another monitor, use Windows Shift right or left arrow. Wow, I actually didn't know about that. The game is in a smaller box that we can move. Lock the display, not by display mode. Oh! Oh, this is a nice full screen. I should just use full screen instead. Oh, that's good to know. So TSR and 50 anti-aliasing TSR. No, actually I think FPS is fine. It's not exactly dropping a lot, so let's do 70. It's just sometimes they have like a short burst of like CPU something. I don't know. Right, let's do one more run. I mean, just now that one didn't count. That fucking nuke. Fire laser cannon. Yeah, give me that. Cryptic necromancer. Both necromancer? Alright, just now that one didn't count. I guess this game is not really made for like single player experience, right? Because heckin' one death is team wipe, right? Not like other games single player can have like maybe second chances, right? But this game is brutal. You drop in like all these lands. You pick their mind, by the way. Oh my god, I keep getting this one. I guess chat is like the most common one. Just the tip. We're here, let's go to this one first. Green buildings. Can I snipe them from here? Oh, this drop down. Yeah. Ui, ui. Man, I suddenly feel like 3K is a little bit difficult. But then again, I only played this game for like about 3 hours in, I would say. 3 hours in. Ooh. It feels like money is kinda hard to get. I guess less gravity is not too bad. Oh. I think Chunky says extra damage, right? Can I check? Chunky. Yeah, plus 30% damage. That's pretty good. Oh no. No duplicates. Yeah, it's this one. Plus. Weren't you a plus? No, you had Z. Oh, plus, there we go. This one is this one? No, shit, it's this one. L, second one. This one's here. There we go. Oh, didn't think there's gonna be a match 2 game in my Far Far West video game. Let's do the objective. Still don't know what they do. I really love the snake. It's so cute. The slapping the snake it's a little bit funny, you know? Hit the pressure from leaking? Ow. Or the valves? Oh, even here. High-tech weaponry required to fix leaky pipes. What a nice way to teach you how to do the things. Like they hold your hand once and then be like, oh, okay. Now you gotta fight the things while you fix the shit off. Hi, Mrs. Welcome. Get ready then. Hi, V. Hi, Carno. Welcome. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jade. Here, I'll do this one as well. My PC is definitely not dying constantly. It's fine. How was VR chat? Hope stream was good. Heck yeah. I haven't played VR chat in a long time. Well, other than the Saturday one. But yeah, hope stream was good. Hope VR chat was fun. And welcoming everyone from Celeste Raid. I'm Tiora. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Thank you. And of course, if you need any like post-stream care, you know, get some rest, get some food, get some drink, definitely go do them. Heck yeah. I'm playing Far Far Est for the Far Est for the first time. And I'm sort of like trying to get hold of the game currently. It was really heckin' fun, not gonna lie. This game reminds me a lot of Deep Rock Galactic a little bit. But with a more, I don't know. I like it though. I feel like I kind of prefer this one over Deep Rock Galactic a little bit more. What's this? Rubber duck? Oh no. Crazy. Oh, I turned too quickly. Where's the hell? Can you feel me? Things going on. I mean, I missed my first fight. I need to get rid of this one and this one. I didn't think about this, but I feel like Chunky is actually... Okay. Chunky is making me like losing a lot of health. because I couldn't jump far, and I'm taking all the hits. I need to kill this guy. This is bad. Oh my god, there we go. It took a while. What's this? Ooh, speedy one's on this? Mine. Alright, we need speed. We so need speed. Oh my machine gun. Ay. Alright, I'm good. Where's the leaky pipes? Oh, I already fixed that. I haven't finished yet. I guess I survived for too long, and then the game is like, yeah, no. I mean, it's not done yet, but thanks, game. I took way too long, apparently. No way. We take those. Remember lights before anything. Localize the target. Orient cannon to target. Oh, that was really loud. Oh my god. Oh. Press the correct button. Press button color. Green triangle. What if I press the wrong button? Is it gonna do everything over again? Okay. Red square, green triangle, blue circle, green triangle. Oh, red square. I got you baited. Red square, blue circle. Red square, blue circle. Steps finished. Oh yeah, shiny. How are we supposed to do this while I'm getting hunted down constantly? Fireman laser? Oh shit. Being pushed away. Ooh. No, my sanctuary. It was so precious then. Nah, just kidding. I don't give a flip. Sure you don't. A few times I almost died. It's a little bit brutal on single player for this game, I feel like. But then again, it's only in single player. It's only in early access, so personally I think it's fine. Right, maybe they'll get like a dedicated single player mode in the future, but for now it's very brutal. Like if you were to like die once and that's it. that's your entire run. So I think that's a little bit brutal for single player, but eh. Oh yeah, I forgot. The left and right are tank controls. A horse! The slaps are so powerful. I can see why a lot of people love this game, honestly. Tefra, hi! Sally Raid, thank you. Hope Tefra friend is doing great. Hi Lorky, good luck with the game. Of course. And thanks for stopping by. Good luck with work as well. Sorry, not work. my brain shuts down for a little bit. Oopsies. I think we just need one more shotgun fragment and then we can get the shotgun. Right, we're doing this. I'm gonna run away. Yeah, I knew it! I knew it! I fucking knew it! This game wants to fuck me over twice. Not the second time. I'm well prepared this time. Aha! And Kobo is so clever, oh my god. Oh no, it's the pumpkin again? I don't like the pumpkin ones. Like, it's satisfying at first, but then towards the end it's just like they regrow too fast. Oh, I think it's that they respawn after a while. It's not by random. There's like a specific time. Is it random? Oh, it's random. Oh shit. What's with the double, triple respawn just now? That scared me a little bit. Consumer? Reloading now. This game, I swear. Fine. I need to practice. I need to train myself to not just reload after using one bullet, alright? It's a thing. It's a thing now. Yeah, that's a secondary objective. Let me go for this one. That's a nuke. I wasted ammo. Okay, I cancelled the return. What is that? Oh. I was the ammo again. Shame. Another nuke? Really? This is fine. I don't even know how the fuck is like what the heck is inside that bucket barrel thingy. How do I get in? It's like down there. There we go. Our Power West main theme. Howdy, buddy. Look at you, still breathing. I set up shop out here, and plenty to fix, and just enough bullets flying around to keep things exciting. I just figured out a way to get our town train flying all the way to the woodlands. Problem is, she's missing a few important bits, maybe a few unimportant ones too. Oh. Help me out, and it won't just be me thanking you. People around town might start seeing you different. Trust don't come easy, but it's worth more than the big old gold. A bag of gold? Get other tools will be lost around the map. Kobo, thank you.
Yep, yep.
Yep, yep, oh my god, yep, heckin' yep. Welcome, thank you for the sub, oh my god. Okay, let's do the easy ones. Where am I? Oh, I'm here. Oh, there are a few places I need to search for. Oh, Kobo is doing good, thanks for the sub. Woo-wee, that's one of them. Woo-wee. Wah-wah-wee-wah. Church keeper? For decades, this church has stood as a beacon of hope for common folks. I guess not anymore, question mark. There was once a great bell, but during the first invasions, it was shattered into 3 pieces. Are you... really? Those pieces were taken away... Oh, fuck, sorry, oops. I didn't mean to skip that one. Find them, restore the bell, and help us bring hope back to the people. Side quests like this? What do you mean a side quest comes from a random NPC dialogue? Huh? Fine. I don't think it's a good idea to swim because me being robotic and everything. Shiny. Oh. Shoot the flying bells in order. You never told me. How would I know? Hi, Sorrow. Oh my god, Sorrow friend. There is a mega key. Oh my god, I think it's this one. There we go. Amo, I forgot. No. Collect bells. I forgot I can just shoot one bullet and reload. Ammo wasted. You know, this is what we call in Chinese 换弹癌, right? Literal translation would be reloading cancer. Reload cancer. It's real. Oh. I really love this the snake slapping. I'm so like it hurts me though. Like I want to reload now, but I have to make a conscious decision to like not reload. Snake? That snake is so cute though. It's kind of funny how I need to like slap it. Here. You're not. Okay. Got him. Chick shot? Okay. Nice. Okay, we did this. Now we go. Do we go water immersion? Be right back. Of course, and take your time, Sorrow. Dead? No, why dead? No, no. I have to go up here and then go back down to kill the boss. Because if I were to fight the boss now, it would be extremely hectic. Like the mobs are gonna appear non-stop. So wait, we're going to the danger zone first. Here we go. I'm just gonna ignore everything. Are you weak? Ooh, I have 3 of these. No. The chicken noises. At least we have a little bit of heal. Nice. Oh, snake! I need to remember my secondary is actually not bad. It takes a while to reload, but good accuracy and good damage. Oh, snake. Oh, one ammo. Fuck. There we go. Golden? No way. Extra dash? Oh, the speed's gonna go crazy though. Okay, we're almost there. Oh. That wasn't too bad. Party shot? Yeah. When it hits weak spot, it just pops apart and pops a thing. It's useless though. This is already the danger zone. Realign the 4 skulls. The acid plus fire is just way too good, no? Okay, how do I realign this? Can I interact with something here? I couldn't. Do I shoot them? What? What did I do? How do I even do this? Oh, walao eh. Okay, okay. Oh. I moved the one that's already in. Nice. That was very generous, actually. Okay. It's a danger zone done. I don't think we need to go to a wandering merchant because I don't want to waste my gold. Well, waste. I don't want to use my gold. Right, now we go back here. Alright, wait. This one. Oh, okay. I press wrong button. Marauders here. I don't want to with marauders. They feel lit to go against. Like they don't do low damage, but boy are they annoying. Here. Okay, okay. Lingering fire that just keeps exploding? Dang, wait, that's kind of strong though. Oh, gold. Money. Money. Hmm? Never disturb a ball that's trying to get a shiny. It's 100% party shot now. So any weak point is easily identifiable by a bunch of heckin' a bunch of party poppers. Alright, let's do it. We're fighting the boss. This one shouldn't be too hard, I feel. Oh, that's actually cool as fuck. fast. Snake. That thing is so tough. Oh shit. I never felt so locked in. Oh, my PC almost died. Drink. I thought that's a barricade. Oh my god. Nice. Hi, Fang. Oh no, die, damn it. I guess we just go and... Snake. Oh, you just get fucking me. I think it's good enough. My PC's dying. Ooh. My PC was dying. Holy shit. Oh, this gave me a little bit. I thought my PC's gonna explode. Oh my god. Colleagues. Oh my god, thank you. The stars align on you. Wait. The stars has aligned on me? Oh my god.
Hello.
Hi,
and
Lex.
welcome.
Azuri Gabumon. Ooh, Digimon fan. Nice, nice. Welcome. Thanks for the follow. And hi, Lex. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. I'm just trying to not make my PC explode. How was the stream? I pressed the wrong button. Oh, that works. Okay. Oh, you were playing Far Far West as well?
Hello.
Oh my god.
And
Thank you.
welcome.
It's the first time me playing it. It's really fucking fun. It's just a little bit intensive for my PC because my CPU... This game occasionally peak on my CPU, so it's kind of dangerous. Dante Luna Fang, thank you. We just started late because someone I was waiting on went to sleep. Oh, well, I'm still glad you had a fine time with picking the Far Far West. It's really fun, right? This might be my last run though.
Kobo go pew 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 pew.
I'm trying. I'm out of bullet and I cannot pew anymore. Also, thanks for raid. Welcome in everyone for the raid. I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Wait. EP Gabumon. Sorry for pooping and running, but I haven't been able to get much sleep. Last 4 nights I've had 14 hours of total sleep. 前面4天14个小时. Oh, that's really bad. Please try to get some sleep. It's fine. Don't worry. Right? I appreciate you stopping by. Thank you. Right? EP
I don't
is
care
very
what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
I'm yipping. Right, let's continue this one. I just hope I don't die here because I'm out of bullets already. Here we go. I just don't like particularly to play normal solo, you know what I mean? Because one death means the entire run is gone. Let's go. Let's go! Give me bullet. Ring. This is fine. I'm just gonna do this one and then run. Drink! Drink! The music is so fucking hype. I can believe the double dash is the one that actually carrying the game. The train is taking your sweet ass time, my god damn it. Where's the train? There's so many birds. I couldn't aim. Oh, I can do this. Oh, the train is here. Fuck. Okay. Oh! Fuck. Shit. It's so hard.
Hell yeah, this game's fucking great. Asset level 10, revolver level 5. I need to use more revolver. Revolver feels really nice. And a hero. Very climactic, I know. So you just played this for the first time today? Cause I did too? Yeah. I just started about 4 hours ago. It was really fucking fun. It's so good. Although a little bit unfortunate is that the game just kind of like peaks my CPU from time to time, so everything will like stutter heavily. Yeah, the game will stutter heavily like from time to time, and it's unfortunate. It is what it is, though. And see you, hi Kobo. Obtain another completed challenge 30 cryptic minigunners. I hate them. Wait. And oh my god. Kobo friend. Oh yeah, this is mandatory. Hell yeah, I'm the best. Let's go. Tom Seal's doing good. I couldn't believe that run was saved by double dash, I'm not gonna lie. The double dash gave me like 10,000 speed so that I can avoid the necromancer's skills. Like more reliably. I really have to thank Doom Eternal though. Like the reason I can play games like this is because of Doom Eternal. If not for that game, I don't think I can perform in this game at all. It's like intense. It's so difficult. We got 4 Joker slots now. We need 1 more so that I can use my Gamba Joker cards. I have a legendary one. I gambled and I got a legendary card. It's like what the fuck? And then it needs 5 and I couldn't use them. I would use the rubber ducky, but it's a little bit, the high pitched noise is a little bit too much. So yeah. You know, bright light is way more important actually. Yeah. Do we gamble? I kinda wanna gamble. Oh, support allies. Channel the doll's power to heal or revive the nearest ally. And channel the doll to corrupt enemies, making them fight for you? Summon a ring of candles that restores the health of allies within its light. Whoa. Summon a doll that grants invincibility and high speed to allies within its zone? What? Gamba? Here, let's go Gamba. I'm not gonna spend money because I wanna buy Gerald. wanna buy this guy. Look at that! So cool! Well, it's 3k gold though. At least I'm halfway there. Yep, I bite. Oh god. I'm getting bitten. Help. Get licked by Johnny. Oh my god, for free? Hell yeah. Oh yeah, I unlocked shotgun. 500 gold. God damn it. Surplus fragments will later be used to unlock skins. Oh. Fine. Take it. You know you want to. What? No. What's draw speed? No one told me this. Oh my god. What? No shot. I didn't know you can upgrade your guns. Clip size, fire rate. 220 gold. I mean, I would upgrade my shotgun. Skins soon. Oh. Wait, one level for 7.5%? That is crazy! I feel like that's gonna get nerfed soon. Okay, 7.5 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 okay, so 70 76 74 it's over 100%. If every point gives 7.5, that is. That's crazy, no? We rate Johnny for his delicious gold stash? Yes. Definitely. Would steal. Is Johnny playing gold mining simulator? I want minigun. Reliable at times, average at everything. Peak choice for people who fear commitment. This game, I swear to god. Oh. %10 chance for enemies to drop 1 gold nugget upon death. Oh, gold! I can get gold out of these. Max 10, so 100%. 10 for 100% is crazy. I want to try out shotgun, but at the same time I need to prepare for pickleball later. I'm gonna hit balls after. The Kobo needs to hit balls. But I'm hooked. I'm absolutely hooked. I don't know who has this game, but tomorrow I'll play this game and I'll see if any of my friends who wants to play together. Would be nice, right? Today I just sort of like getting into the game and see how it is. And now comes the grinding part, right? Kind of a grind part, I would say. Whereas it's like, it's exactly like Helldivers 2, Deep Rock Galactic, right? Those kind of games where it's just like, okay, it's a multiplayer game, and then it's time for the grinding part. You want to get stronger, you want to do harder missions to get more rewards, and stuff like that, right? So now it's just that. Tomorrow I want to play more of these. I want to play more of this. I know I said I want to finish Halo, but no buts. I don't have excuse for this. I don't have excuse for this. I'm just a little bit too. I want to play this. I wanna play this. It's so good. Anyways.
Sugidi Maiwa.
Yep,
Yep, yep,
yep,
yep, yep. Told you.
yep.
Yip yip.
Oh my god, yep. What was that? Oh, that's a fish. Yep. Yep. I'm using Brave browser now. Oh, it remembers my tab. I don't like that. Play. Okay, there we go. I always feel weird when the browser remembers my tab. So every time when I want to like close my browser, but there's something I want to remember, then I'll sort of like copy down the link or like bookmark it, so the next time when I open up my clean browser, I can look into that link after, right? Something like that, right? TY stream. Thanks for being here, Tefra. Wait, right. Wait. We're raiding Johnny. Yeah, I want to raid Johnny actually. I don't think I raided Johnny in a while. Let's raid the shiny Tekken. Is it, chat, and be honest, is it weird for a kobold to look at a dragon and or a shiny dragon, and then for her heart to start pounding? Like, well, not pounding heart, but you know, you have this little feeling of like, wow. That kind of feeling. I'm feeling it every time I see a dragon. It's like, oh, wow. I'm too far gone. I'm too much of a couple. There's no going back with this. There's no going back. I'm 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 too couple brained. It's fine, don't worry about it. Well, let me plug my things real quick. I need to prepare for hitting balls after. So I have coffee. Coffee helps. Coffee good. Coffee nice. Coffee helps me pay my bills and shit. Right. Maybe in the future I'm able to invest more into my streaming setup. Right. Because currently, obviously, my PC is on the weaker side. Right. But maybe in the far future, I won't want to be in the far future. See, the thing is, I could do more art, but I'm not. So that's also on me. I need to do more art. What am I doing? Anyway, is the coffee good, right? I'll let Bernie talk about it for a bit. Hey, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Wow. Thank you, Bernie. And Kobo expressing Kobo behavior sounds normal. Oh, okay, thank goodness. Like, genuinely though, every time I see a dragon, my heart just like has a little bit of a feeling of like, I love dragons. I have that, right? But thanks, Bernie. And then I also have a Discord channel. I announce my stream stuff over there. And I the dragon simping corner. We love dragons. Dragons nice. Exactly. But also before I do the raid and stuff though, I wanna update a little bit on something, because it was like a last night stream thing that I talked about it for a little bit. So tomorrow my ex master, right? My ex master is going to visit Miri. We talked about this, right? For 2 days ago, nighttime, both of us sat down, called each other on the phone, and then we talked things through, right? Like thoroughly. and we kind of come to a mutual understanding towards each other's situation. So then it's like it's such a coincidence, right? That he remembers what he said last year, and then he's going to visit Miri for a little bit only, though, right? Yeah, he's only visiting Miri for Friday night, and then Saturday night he's already going back to his place. So it's a very short visit, and he's like, it's the least that he could do. He mentioned it's like that's a little bit unexpected, right? A lot of people seem to think that this is like a red flag situation. I totally agree, right? It could be, but to me personally, because I talked with him through very thoroughly, we were both discussing the situations a lot. It was very messy, and then both of us in the end talked things through, and then we have reached a mutual understanding, and then now situation is like this. So because of that, I would still stream tomorrow, just maybe not that long, and then I won't be streaming on Saturday, and then I'll most likely be back on Sunday, right? So I'll talk about this on Discord after, like an announcement thing, so that people would know. I don't want people to when I'm not streaming, because I'm not saying it on Twitch, right? But at least on my Discord, people would know that I'm not streaming on that day, so that they won't be stay at the Twitch stream during stream time and be like, what the heck, where the Kobo, why she missing one? It's like, yeah, I don't want that, right? So something like that. Anyway, Discord Dragon Simping Corner is nice. We love dragons. I'm more particular to one dragon in particular. Dragons in general to be amazing. Yeah, definitely. And I know what you mean. Anyway, rate message. Wow. Of course, I'm gonna ask Johnny for uppies. And let me type in the rate to Johnny. Okay. So I'm gonna go prepare for hitting balls later, right? So before the raid though, a couple wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid to Johnny Derg. Hiya. I'm gonna raid a shiny dragon. Oh my god. Look at that shiny dragon. I know I mentioned this before, but I really love Johnny's accent. Like the way he speaks English. He has that accent. He has that accent that I really like. I don't know what accent it is. I don't know what accent it is still, but I really like it though. Wow, so cool. I don't know what my accent is. My accent is fucking kobold. No, Balkan English one. I don't know. I'm just sort of speaking how I speak. I don't know what kind of accent do I have. It's just I speak English, I speak Chinese, I speak Hokkien, I speak whatever I want to speak. British? Me? No. Johnny? Probably. I don't think I'm... Yeah, I don't think I have the British thing. No. Yeah, cowboy accent. Right. See you guys tomorrow. Take care. Mwah. Bye bye. Love y'all.